Thanks very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Prof. Nkosi. Before I introduce our Dean from the College of Human Sciences, I just want to make an announcement about Chatham House rules. This conference will run under Chatham House rules, and participants can use the information, but neither the identity nor the affiliation of the speaker nor that of any other participant may be revealed. So there won't be any YouTube streaming during the presentations, but we will stream the keynote addresses during the we will stream the keynote addresses. Now, I just want to say a couple of words. This conference has been in the making for more than a year now. I was a visiting scholar last year at Wageningen University, and that's when the idea arose that we will have this conference this year here in South Africa at Unisa. And we decided on the theme, the multi-layer cake, hydropolitical multi-layer cake, so that we can have a look at all the scales and layers in which hydropolitics takes place or is practiced from a governmental institutional perspective. Now, I would like to warmly welcome Prof. Zeresh Nkosi. She's our Dean from the College of Human Sciences. I must add that she is a very proactive leader. She is joining us here today, I must also add that Prof. Nkosi is always very keen to open these conferences for us. So without further ado, Prof. Nkosi, can I please ask you to come forward and open the conference for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Meissner. On behalf of the Chancellor, who is Dr. Vuyelwa Thabo Mbeki, and our Vice Chancellor, Prof. Buleng Kabule, it's our gratitude as the College of Human Sciences and our pleasure to welcome you all at Unisa, which is the University of the Land, the only university in the continent that carries the name of the country. So we're very proud as the University of South Africa. Unisa is the oldest university here in the continent. We are 151 years old, as we started in 1873 as an examination body. When you hear about UCT, Rhodes, Wits, and others, we are the grandmother because we gave birth to them. So all their accolades, they belong to Unisa. We are the largest university in the continent. We've got 380,000 students that are registered in 8 colleges. The College of Human Sciences has got 52,000 students. So we are the largest Odell university. When we look into the College of Human Sciences, where these conferences reside, it's the Department of Political Sciences. We've got different schools, the School of Arts, the School of Humanities, the School of Social Sciences. We cater for different departments, different scopes, because when we look into the School of Arts, it's where we deal with languages, because the country, we've got 12 languages. Unisa is attending to all 12 of them. When you go to UCT, you'll hear about isiXhosa. When you go to UKZN, you'll hear isiZulu. When you go to University of Venda, it's Venda. But us as Unisa, we do all of them because we are a global university. Then the School of Humanities, you know, in the country there is so much different genres of theology. We also support all of them. We've got systematic theology, practical theology, biblical and ancient study, missiology, religious studies, everything is here at Unisa, because we want to embrace all nations, all regions. We've got even the Islamic studies, Arabic. So we are really global and comprehensive. Then we've got the School of Social Sciences, where we've got Department of Political Science, where we speak of African and international politics. We want to know what are our cadres in the north, in the south, and then we engage as a collective. We've got Social Sciences, Department of Nursing, Politics, Social Work, Sociology, and because we are dealing with issues of politics, governance, land, and etc. So we are really grateful to have you here, both in person and online, because this conference will allow us to engage and exchange on different epistemologies. We want to learn. When I saw the topic, Prof. Meisner, I say hydropolitical, multi-layer cake. Even when I punch, it showed me different types of cakes. And then I went back. I said, let me look and see what is happening, because it speaks directly to our catalytic niche areas. I'm sure Prof has explained to you that as a university, we've got 10 catalytic niche areas. Just to mention the few, we've got NH, we've got SKA, we've got Fourth Industrial Revolution, we've got feminist Busadi theorization, and today, the engagements, they speak to the marine studies. As a university, we are very strategic and purposeful in how we engage with our communities. We want our teaching and learning to be relevant to the needs of our community. That's why the Department of Political Science is the strategic department where we engage in these issues. So when we look into the marine studies, it is the catalytic niche area that's going to allow us to come up with innovative ideas on how to save our marine. We know now there's politics of water. We are here to discuss issues that drive us in ensuring that we save our water for the future generations, because all of us will be gone one day, but we've got generations that still need to be here. So my welcome to all of you is that we appreciate you. We welcome this collaboration that is between the Department of Political Science and the College of Human Science with the University of Wageningen in Netherlands. We just want to strengthen the collaboration to have this reciprocal relationship. We are looking forward to have you in the next 2 days, and I wish you all the best. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to give you a bit of background about on the conference. I've already alluded to a bit of history when we decided that we were going to hold this conference here in South Africa. 2 years ago, we had a conference in The Hague, the Netherlands, with a different theme, and it seems as if it's becoming a biannual event. But we have been talking that, next year we might have a similar conference somewhere else, either India, Turkey, or maybe even Switzerland. But I'm going to talk to you just about this conference. I've already alluded to the Chatham House rules, that we respect the Chatham House rules, and I'm going to quickly go through the program with you today as a background to the conference. Now, as you know, the conference, the theme of the conference, or the title of the conference, is Hydropolitical Multi-Layer Cake. And the intention here is to look at different layers or spheres within society where hydropolitics and water management and water governance are practiced. We have a representative from the Department of Water and Sanitation with us here, and then we also have international scholars, Jeroen and Alina, who's joining us. Alina is joining us from Switzerland in Geneva, and then many representatives from either the private sector. We have Jaco du Toit here, and then academics, myself, Jeroen, myself, Prof. Erik Nieler, and then also Prof. Mariette Lieferink. Is it Miss or Mrs. or? Okay. So this is an advertisement for you. I won't announce it officially that you are available, but in any case. But we're also waiting for other scholars to join us. We have a presence online on MS Teams, and we are going to stream some of the keynotes and the keynotes we're going to stream via YouTube. So I'm not going to introduce her yet. I'm just going to run through the program. Our keynote speaker today is Professor Anamika Barua from IIT Guwahati University in India, and she's joining us online. And then what we're going to do after that is we'll have our first session with Professor Jeroen Warner, and there some of our distinguished speakers will also, I wouldn't say entertain you, but enlighten you with their knowledge. Mariette Lieferink and Erik Nieler. Afterwards, we also have an online presentation in the second session, which I will chair. Dr. Barbara van Koppen, not Professor Barbara van Koppen from the International Water Management Institute. She will join us online. And then Mr. Jaco du Toit from the Magalies Catchment Forum. So we can already see that we have here an international flavor, 2 speakers internationally and 2 locally. And then our first session, Professor Dirk Coetzee from the Department of Political Sciences, he will chair that session. And there we have 4 local speakers, Prof. Evaristo Banheira, Prof. Mike Miller from the University of Witwatersrand and former DG of the Department of Water and Sanitation. It was then called the Department of Water Affairs and Forestry. Professor Gina Ziervogel from the University of Cape Town, the City of Cape Town. She's going to talk about the City of Cape Town. And then Prof. Anya du Plessis and myself, Prof. du Plessis will join us online. And then we have a tea break, and this afternoon we have a panel discussion which will be chaired by Dr. Suvanya Naidu from our College of Human Sciences. And I must also just quickly give a couple of, before I officially introduce Prof. Anamika Barua from India, just give you some, for those of you who are in the room, where the restrooms are. So if you exit the door, you turn left, and you turn left again, and you'll find the restrooms. In other words, the restrooms, they are behind this wall over here. And then we will have a lunch break between 12:15 and 1 o'clock, and then another coffee break at 3 o'clock until 3:15. And that's, of course, for those who are here physically and not online. But those who are online, you can have your own lunch break and your own coffee break. We won't sponsor the lunch or the coffee break, but still, we would like you to join us in spirit for the lunch and coffee breaks. Okay, so I'm going to go over now to introduce very quickly Professor Anamika Barua. As I said, she's from the IIT Guwahati University in India, and she will talk to us about the levels of engagement in water negotiations, some experiences. So, is she good to go, Musa?
Can you hear me?
We can, yes, Anamika, we can hear you and welcome, and we can also see you. So please enlighten us with your pearls of wisdom on negotiations. Thank you very much for joining us online.
Thank you so much for inviting. I hope you can see my screen now.
We can just see you at the moment, not your screen.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Give me 1 minute. I'm just trying to share my screen. Is it visible now, Richard?
Anamika, yes, not yet. If you could just...
Okay, so I'm not sure, my screen is not allowing me to share the screen. I have also shared my presentation. Is it by any chance possible? Is it visible now? Not yet, okay.
Anamika, could you please stop sharing and then just reshare again so we can see if it comes up?
Yeah.
There's Teams.
No.
There's Teams.
There we go. We see it. Thanks very much.
All right. Okay. Just that.
Okay, it disappeared again.
It disappeared again?
Yeah, we saw it for a moment and then it disappeared.
Okay.
Okay, now we can see you.
I'll just do it again. 1 second, 1 second.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Thanks very much. Now we can see.
I'm sorry about this, just that it gives a little bit of a trouble because I'm using this.
No problem.
Okay, yeah. So you can see now?
No, we can only see your face.
Is it
now,
visible?
not the presentation.
Is my screen visible now?
Hello. I think you are sharing a screen. So if you're sharing screen, you can just stay at PowerPoint and we'll be able to see.
Okay.
You can go back to PowerPoint and...
I cannot because I have a lot of animation.
Yes, please go to PowerPoint now.
You see the PowerPoint now?
We are still seeing Teams because, yeah, you can stay there. Maybe presenter mode. Yeah, you can.
Is it?
Yeah, no need to come back to Teams. You can just stay there and then.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much. And so first of all, thank you to the organizers, Richard and Jeroen, for having me here. So as you can see on the screen, the title of my presentation is, I'm going to focus on transboundary waters and bringing some insights from South Asia where I work. What I want to talk about here is more about why multi-level approach is important when you are dealing with a transboundary river, which crosses several countries' boundaries. And some of the experiences that I had, facilitating a dialogue called Brahmaputra Dialogue from 2013 onwards till 2019, the kind of inputs, the kind of conversation we had at multiple levels. And that's something that I would like to bring in and present it to you today. So before we move in, I just, in a very, very simplistic way, I wanted to, just wanted to bring out that how do we look at multi-level governance or multi-level negotiation when we are dealing with a transboundary river basin. So as we all know that there is, of course, a transboundary level where the nation states, collaborates on water management, and they might go for a cooperative arrangement, or there could be also conflict at the national, at the transboundary level. Under that, you have the national level where, which is where the nation develops water management mechanism to be implemented and which are also governed within the country, within the nation where the river flows. Then again, there is another layer which is where in a particular nation, such as a country like India, where I come from, we have such a huge country, and there are a lot of states which also shares this river, and it's also in a way a trans boundary within the country as well. So there is a state level which is mostly responsible in implementing the policies which are actually developed or designed at the national level and then adopted at the state level. And of course, at the end, it's the basin community who are the direct, either the beneficiaries or who actually see the impact of these different mechanisms that exist in the governing or in managing these water resources. So you see there is a macro, meso, micro, and also a sub-micro level. And the idea is that, there should be a two-way communication. So whatever the feedback that you can gather would help you to negotiate better if it is coming from the basin community, to negotiate better, to understand better what actually we would like to see in that transboundary river basin that we are developing, of the cooperative arrangement that we are developing. And of course, there is a supranational level as well, such as the Water Convention of 1996, where we basically say that whatever is given there can help the transboundary cooperative arrangements for the country to come up with a particular structure. Although I'm not saying that it resolves all the problem, but it kind of a guidance for the countries when they're sitting together and negotiating how would they like to see this river basin, or what kind of agreement that they are focusing on. Okay, so now so this is an ideal situation. This is how it should be. But let me now bring in the South Asia and water negotiation, and I'm sure you all know about South Asia. It's a home to 1.9 billion people, and there are countries which are sharing several rivers. Honestly speaking, till date, we don't really have one number as how many transboundary rivers traverse through the South Asian countries. But to let you know, to give you a flavor of it, just two countries, that is India and Bangladesh, shares 54 rivers which are transboundary. And many of these rivers originates in China. They are major source of livelihood, economic growth, food, water, and energy security. But one thing that is very common in most of these river basins and most of these transboundary rivers is that disasters are very common, in the sense that floods and droughts, particularly floods, has been something that all the countries are facing, and particularly in a transboundary river, both the upstream and downstream countries are actually trying to resolve the whole issue of flood. And one of the biggest problems is that we do not really have a very good flood or even disaster alerts, that there is enough lead time for the countries to actually prepare. To give you a quick glimpse of some of the rivers, as I said, there are more than 100 transboundary rivers across this the region, but these are some of the important rivers because these are the only rivers as of now about whom we are discussing, where we see some kind of arrangement, but they are mostly bilateral in nature. I'm not going to go through it. It's on the screen. You can read. But what I want to emphasize is the rivers that I have highlighted in red are also rivers which are extremely disaster prone, but unfortunately, they are yet not on our discussion table. We are not talking about these rivers. And I'm going to come back to this river in a while. One of the important things in South Asia, and I think in most of the transboundary negotiation, but you do really see this mostly in South Asian water negotiation, that the interactions are driven by regional geopolitics, power asymmetry, and diverse national interests. So you can see that it's not just that the national interests are different, because most of these countries are in different stages of economic development. China and India, two Asian giants, they are actually they are competing with each other in terms of particularly in terms of economy. There are historical rivalries, border issues between these countries. All of this has resulted in a kind of a mistrust, suspicion, and also there is a lack of communication. While there are certain treaties, but we only meet when this treaty is, for example, expiring, but we don't really have any informal channel of communication. And as I had mentioned, there is none of these countries are party to the Watercourses Convention of 1997. What finally it has resulted is that, most of the South Asian river basins are highly politicized and secretized. Negotiations are arrogant and secretive and mostly happens at track 1 level, which means it's mostly at government to government level. These are more formal in nature. Although these are transboundary rivers, some of them passes through 4 countries, but as you saw, most of these agreements and understanding in whichever river this exists, they are bilateral. So there is very little effort to understand the benefits from this river at the basin scale. Whatever also exists, even the treaties and agreements and MOUs, whatever also exists, are very shallow, reluctant, and kind of a piecemeal cooperation. So it's more like a negative peace, while we are not fighting, we are not, into a war-like situation related to water, but it's not really bringing any concrete development effort as well. And the important thing is that most of these treaties are outdated in the sense, if you really look at the Indus River Treaty, Basin Treaty, it was signed in 1960s. And after that, we have never re-looked at the treaty. We have never had even informal conversation, while academicians and also basin communities are, coming up and saying that this treaty isn't really doing good enough because it was signed so many years back. And many new problems have evolved. Population has increased, climate change has come in. So given that these treaties are actually outdated the way we are dealing. We do have a treaty expiring, which is the Ganges Treaty. So we have an opportunity. Let's see how it goes. But several important rivers are also not on the negotiation table. And the most important and the crucial issue is that there is a lack of basin level research because of the secretization, the data secrecy. It is so highly politicized that to get a data, even to conduct research, if I want to conduct a research between India, Pakistan, it is absolutely difficult for us to get data. And the number of channels that you have to pass through as an academician, I think we feel, quite reluctant to go into all of those political processes. So this is how the river basins are dealt with, even during water negotiations. So what you see is that, like I say, there is a covert conflict over water. And why I say that is, we recently saw that China-India had a border conflict, and this actually, for the first time, had an impact on the existing MOU on data sharing. But we still do not really see a kind of a conflict over water, but we say that this happened because of the border clashes. Now, if I just take you back to this multi-governance, figure, what is interesting is that we don't have the supranational level governing our river basins, and we do not also see, because it's a very top-down approach, the decisions are actually taken at the national level, and the national government represents the country at the transboundary level. So what you see is that the voices of the basin communities are usually not heard, are not actually taken into account, because, as I said, there are hardly any informal, level of communication. We also see that while the states are the one who manages this river, because they passes through the South Asian different districts and states, but again at the national level their roles are very less. So what happens is, if suppose a district in Bangladesh has seen some kind of an issue, they cannot directly reach out to the government of India. They have to go to the national level, and same goes in the case of India as well. So the communication is only at the central level. It is not decentralized. So you see that it's really not so much going from it's not really a multi-level sort of a negotiation. And water, of course, because it's a transboundary river, most of these rivers are transboundary. The moment it is about discussing with another country, it becomes an issue of sovereignty, autonomy, and control. Now, the question is, who is then driving these negotiations? And interestingly, this is what we found even when we were doing this project for almost a decade, that state actors, of course, the politicians and the bureaucrats, there are non-state actors, but these non-state actors are usually the influential academicians, mostly technocrats, and of course, multilateral institutions, as we do need money to organize dialogues, and government do depend on multilateral organizations, donors, organizations. But it is also a fact that they are risk averse, and of course, they would like to be in that country, and so they don't go out of the way to to some extent, yes, helping states to design. Like, for example, Indus Treaty was signed with the intervention of the World Bank. But what we also felt is that they do not want to take very high risk. So it always follows the country's agenda. So what we see is science is politicized, and there is a hierarchy of knowledge. While the technical and hydrological aspect of the river gets funded and it's studied well, what isn't really studied well, or we still see a huge lacuna, is the social science, the political, the international relations. These are not really well studied. And what we also felt that a decision for a water infrastructure is probably already taken, and then you want science to back that decision that you have already taken, while the other researchers and academic community, civil society can participate in public process. For example, if there is a public hearing or if there is an online discussion, you can participate, but it has very minor relevance in actual decision making. So what we see is that decisions are already taken. These are more like a rubber stamp, and so you need to converse, so you are conversing. I want to bring you a quick glimpse from the Brahmaputra dialogue that I spoke about from 2013 to 2019. And what happened was that, and one of the interesting things, as you see in the dialogue, is that in South Asia in particular, you don't really see a lot of women working in this field. So if you can see in this diagram, I'm the only woman sitting there in the middle of all. And what you really see is that, so it's still a very, very male-dominated field. So gender perspectives are quite missing. But most important thing here is that, we had somebody coming from a CSO who actually raised a concern related to a kind of safety of dams, water infrastructure. A lot of them is already there in Bhutan, in China, in India. So this concern came up that, diverse discipline is expressing concerns in different ways. How are you looking into it? This question was put up to the engineers, to the hydrologists, to the technocrats, and also to the bureaucrats who were a part of this meeting. And what was surprising is that, that there is a very clear understanding that, it's a must. You need it because you need to manage your water, you need storage. So this decision has been taken, and there's no point challenging that decision. There was also this kind of a feeling that the engineers studied the dam further to find a resolution to the problem of impact of dams. So, it's been resolved. And it's not necessary that we have to inform you. And when we start talking about this more, there was even more arrogant kind of a view that came up that, so many experts committees have given their views, which also include the Central Water Commission, who are the supreme authority, who knows better than anybody else, who also has consulted the geological survey. So why are you questioning these? These are mostly rumors, and this should not be taken up in these kind of dialogues or in kind of discussion. So this is how the conversation happens, and you can really see that there is a hierarchy of knowledge, and this actually influences also the decision making. So there is a lack of trust and also lack of respect for diverse views when you talk about this kind of negotiation at the transboundary level. I want to bring very quickly 2 examples of the consequences that we saw recently of when they are not really a multi-scale negotiation. One example is on Bhutan, India infrastructure disaster, which happened in 2023. There was actually, there was an outflow of a lake. Particularly, it was due to glacier melt in the state called Sikkim. The river started to flow, very heavily, as you can see on those pictures. It actually, took away, destroyed homes, bridges, infrastructure. But then when it was further tried, when one started to understand what exactly happened, is it just because of GLOF? But it came out later that it was exacerbated by another catastrophe, which is the breach of 60-meter high dam of Tista, which is on this river called Tista River in the North Sikkim, which is a state of Assam, which is on an upstream state actually. And because there was a breach, so the flow was very, very high. It did not even give time for the downstream people to, vacate their houses or can be taken out. And it actually led to a huge loss of lives and livelihood and infrastructure. But what is interesting to note is that because there was no space for the community, for the activists, for the environmentalists, even academicians who saw that this is coming, to go to the government and put up in a much formal manner or even to have a dialogue, there was a lot of protests that actually happened for a decade. From 2011, these protests were there because they could see this. It's a seismic zone. There's a lot of landslide in this area. And the most important thing is that these dams that are being constructed, they are not really bringing in the climate change phenomena into it. That, the intensity of rainfalls are changing. Given this, so you can see that since there was no discussion and negotiation, the people who are seeing this area, who live there, who have studied this area, and there was a quick impact evaluation done, and this led to a huge, devastation and a catastrophic impact to the community, particularly who suffered. The next one that I want to talk about, which probably you are already reading in the newspaper, it's a recent floods in Bangladesh. Now, this is also very interesting because, as I mentioned, India, Bangladesh shares a lot of rivers. There are 54 of them, and out of which only one, the Ganges, has a treaty. What you really see is that, there is a state which is called Tripura in India, from where a few rivers come to Bangladesh. And as you can see in the picture, those pink and red lines you see from India, these rivers are coming and joining a river basin called Meghna. And what you actually see that there was also a kind of a dam in one of these rivers. What actually happened is that there was a lot of course, no doubt that the intensity of rainfall was very high. Even in India, we felt that rainfall has been, of course, much different than what we have been seeing in last decade. But the problem was no information passed on to the Bangladesh saying that our dams are going to overflow now, and so the gates would open and there will be more inflow of water, so you need to evacuate your people immediately. And you can see that red picture, how many, and this is not just that it affected only Bangladesh, it also affected the downstream India. And you can see here how many people lost their lives, affected, people displaced, etc. This actually also came, this whole information came to me from one of my PhD students who is right now in Bangladesh. And she actually saw these information in the article and she told me that this is what is happening because everything was shut down at the time. So these are some of the places in India which got affected. Now, again, what you see here, interestingly, there's a lot of blame game going on. And so, like, this disaster has been completely politicized in the sense that this came from India, which is to some extent, yes, true, because even if it was that the dam was not purposely opened, it would open because it is on automatic operation. When the water level moved out to a particular level, so the gates open and water flowed. The most important thing is that there is also a lot of catchment area upstream where there was heavy rainfall that also led to overflow of these rivers. Even in Bangladesh, the channels of the rivers have become very, very narrow because of several human activities that also led to a lot of water flowing in a very, very fast way into a direction which earlier people have not really experienced. Important thing here is that while all of this is going on, what is still missing is a kind of a statement that both the countries need to meet to find out a solution to this problem. And here what I want to actually bring in is that here we are talking about a micro level. The problem is, since the state of Tripura, which is a part of India, which is so close to Bangladesh districts where this flood happens, it is a matter of a phone call, it does, but the process is such, there is no mechanism for them to talk to each other. The process is such that the state will have to inform the central government, and then central government will inform the transboundary institution, which is called Joint River Commission. Joint River Commission in Bangladesh will inform the district, and then the district goes down to the basin community. So much time is lost because there is no kind of a mechanism in between to share this information that water levels are rising, and which could have actually saved a lot of life. Very quickly, these are the stakeholders that I'm talking about, and what you actually see is there's a lot of conversation between donors, state and technocrats and influence academicians at one side. You also see that there is another layer where a lot of conversation is happening between media, basin community, non-state actors, including the other academicians and water practitioners, but very little conversation with those who actually makes the decision. So there is a kind of a gap. This gap has basically resulted in lack of transparency. There is no space where the information has to be demanded. What decision was taken for a river which passes through my region, I have no information about it. It has to be demanded. Concerns and voices are considered, are not really considered legitimate and scientific, as I showed you in one of our dialogue workshop itself, it came out. And mostly the communities, media, etc., are considered troublemaker and barrier to cooperation. And overall, what we are missing here is, and what we tried to also speak to the government officials when we had this dialogue, is that, more and more negotiations and dialogue you will have and more platforms you generate, it actually increases the legitimacy of the process of negotiation. You bring plurality of views, you integrate different perspectives, which actually helps you to build a stronger agreement than if you go ahead without bringing all these concerns. It helps in building trust. It also, of course, helps in improving monitoring and implementation, as you saw in the case of India, Bangladesh. What is also very much missing in South Asia is, other kinds of water diplomacy apart from track one. So, as I said, only when a treaty is about to, expire, only then we actually talk to each other. Even there is hardly any academic community collaboration because of the secrecy of data. So there is no multi-stakeholder cross-sectorial platform, and hardly regular meetings happen. On all of these, what you actually see, unfortunately, the one who suffers across the river basin, irrespective of which country he or she belongs, is the basin community. So with this, I'm going to stop, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anamika, for the presentation and giving us an indication of the different levels that we're dealing with, especially in Southeast Asia. I think that many in the room here can identify with some of those, or many of those levels where negotiations take place. And I think we'll hear about them throughout the day. We have a bit of time. So I would like to give, if you don't mind, is it fine? Oh, Anamika, could you please stop sharing your screen? And Anamika, with your, let's call it permission, can we give about 5 minutes questions and answers to you?
Sure, yeah.
Please. Is there anybody who would like to ask a question to Prof? About her presentation or the information contained within her presentation? Prof. Eric Nieler from the University of...
And stuff, because I didn't see them included in your list of stakeholders or role players when you actually negotiate. My second part is public media really effective enough? I find that here in South Africa that it isn't. Public media will actually report something that nothing will come from players. So you actually negotiate. That's the same challenge. My second part is public media really effective enough? I find that here in South Africa that it isn't. Public media will actually report something, but nothing will come from it. So do you experience the same challenge in your own India, Bangladesh, especially Bangladesh area? Thank you.
Can I respond to this, or I should wait? Yeah, okay. So, you know, of course, one of the things that we observed in our dialogue workshop is that there is a reluctance actually to involve media. That's a very important challenge, and that is mostly because many of these projects that we are doing also are supported by international institutions, multilateral institutions, and they are a bit reluctant to bring the media. However, to answer your point, what we also see, there was a recent study which was also conducted under our project. How does media gather information? How does media respond to these challenges? Because media can play a very important role. But what we found was that at least now we see that media also has become very politicized in the sense that the kind of information that needs to go out goes out. But what is important here, from where does media collect this information? Do they, if they are not a part of this whole decision making, if there is no press release, or if they are not invited to inform them that, you know, this is what is the decision that's been taken, there is no way that they can also put out the right information. So we saw that mostly what kind of information that goes out from media isn't really entirely accurate in terms of scientific relevance of those information. And there is a lot of, there is more towards conflict-related information than information which could also bring a positive, narrative around the river basin. These are some of the things we found in our work. So we did a workshop with the media, and the biggest concern that media has, we have no access to information. We do not know how and when these decisions were taken. We have to find information by getting information from wherever we see here and there, and we pull them together. And also the final thing is, there's a lot of process in media also to get clearance from their own media board whether that information can be published or not. So what I would say is that in Bangladesh, in South Asia overall, the role that media can actually play as an independent, or institution who can actually make government accountable hasn't really played so well then as we would expect. If I have answered your question. I could not get your first question on role playing. Can you, if you can just repeat that?
Your first, is it the first part of the question that you struggled to hear? Monica? Is it the first part of the question that you couldn't hear?
Yeah.
So must I repeat it? I was looking for your list, actually including identifying specific public media role players, identifying them and actually inviting them, actually including them during your actual negotiations. I find in our country, yes, they do not come to the party. I was just wondering whether the same is happening in your case study. Thank you.
So, like I said, so two things here. One is that in actual negotiation, no, media is not invited. It is basically, informed after the negotiation happens, whatever is the outcome. But in our dialogue platform, from which we did from 2013 to 2019, we did invite media. We had a separate session with media to actually understand their concern, which we obviously put it up at the track 1 level. But let me be also frank here that, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's all about political will, and it's all about whether they are willing to accept the kind of conversation that is happening on the other scale. But yes, one thing before I conclude is that the dialogue and conversation is important, because when we were having these dialogue workshops, we did see that we were able to raise awareness even with the bureaucrats, even with the politicians, and also generate willingness to explain it to them that probably nobody is against what you are trying to do, but what is missing is that it's not transparent. It is not clear to them what would be the impact of these interventions. So if you can do this in a better way, bridging this gap that exists between you and the basin community through a channel, a lot of that you are now fighting to get implemented would probably become easy for good, actually. So this is something I think we could reach out. But yeah, it has to be a continuous process. We of course, our project ended and we stopped. But of course, if this continues, there has to be somebody to take it up.
Thank you very much. I think I'll end there. I will now hand over to Professor Jeroen Warner for the first session and to introduce the speakers. Thank you very much.
So for those listening online via YouTube, or maybe hearing this later, this is where our streamed part ends. From now on, we are going to have a more internal discussion, and you'll hear maybe some of the impact of that in our panel, because we'll be back online on stream by about 3:15. We would very much welcome you back by 3:15. Of course, this was not a message to those listening in who are participants online. Please stay online. Okay, everyone. We're starting again. So everybody's back online and back in the room. We're going to have a brief wrap-up of the day with a discussion that hopefully also will be attended by those who are still online. Great that you hung on in there, because I know when you do a hybrid event, the people who are online sometimes don't feel really part of the atmosphere. So great that we can do that. So welcome to those who are following us on YouTube. We had some quite interesting discussions today, but as promised, we will not attribute necessarily what was being said to whom. But we will have a short plenary now, as I indicated, which will be kicked off by Professor Mike Muller. He will indicate some of the issues that are besetting the new South Africa, today's South Africa, and its hydropolitical conundrums. And then the floor is open to respond and to bring issues, a free-flowing discussion. And then we'll wrap up, not necessarily at 4 o'clock, but hopefully not much later, because I guess it's been a long day for those who have hung on in here today. But to give you a flavor of what's happening, in case you did not participate in our live event. So can I ask Professor Muller to come to the dais and to some propositions, some ideas to start to get the conversation going on the layer cake of hydropolitics.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Which one do I use? Is it this microphone? Yeah. To the people online first, I think the people in this room have hung in mostly throughout the day, so I'm not sure we have to review and revise what we're going to talk about. But I mean, what we had said originally in the program was to give some thought to what's going to happen in South Africa's water governance over the next decade, over the next 10 years. What are the big challenges? And it would be interesting to hear from people in this room, but I think we should start by giving priority to people who are online. What do they think after listening to us this morning are the big issues? Is the big issue that there's a real crisis of water scarcity? Is it that our institutions are so messed up that even in a narrow little community like the West Rand, with its dolomitic water and people falling down sinkholes and water being polluted, is it the kind of problem of Cape Town where they weren't looking far enough into the future to be prepared for a drought? What are the big challenges that are going to face South Africa over the next decade in this area of water and politics? Because it's one thing to have a challenge, it's another thing to be able to respond to the challenge, and the politics is quite often where the structure of the response to what might be a technical challenge of water shortage or a financial challenge that half the people in the country can't afford water, the politics has got to sort that out. But I'm looking at you two in front here, you can see the chat. Are there people there who would like to contribute? What are going to be the challenges that face us in the next 10 years in the area of the politics of water and politics for water? And that question goes to the room as well, but the online gets priority. And if no responses yet, so then can I invite?
Create new knowledge, but I have with me the water resource strategy, and I was just wondering if perhaps what was stated in this strategy, that is the National Water Resource Strategy 3, it mentions some of the water sector priority focus areas. If I may just mention some of them.
Give us a handful of the top ones. Let's not read the whole list because
Yes.
I seem to recall it's a 300-page document. Yeah?
Yes, it's this one. So it's reducing water demand and increasing supply. it's redistributing water for transformation, because I think only 5% of the previously disadvantaged are using water for irrigation purposes. Currently managing water and sanitation services under a changing climate, regulating the water and sanitation sector, improving raw water quality, protecting and restoring ecological infrastructure. I just want to mention there that it's part of the amendments to the Water Act, that strategic water source areas must be protected and mining must be prohibited. And it also has a retrospective application. So I've mentioned the half of them. If there's time, I'll mention more.
Yeah, you see, I mean, I think that's interesting. So on the one hand, we want to stop people from using water in environmentally sensitive areas. And the last time I looked, that covered 15% of South Africa's land area. That's a lot of area not to do anything on and to stop mining. And yet, on the other hand, we know that our mining industry, which is currently funding rather a lot of our development, is threatened because coal is threatened, because platinum is threatened. And so how are we going to pay for all the things we need to do, and then in addition stop people from mining if they want to mine in the wrong place? And we're going to do this because it's good for water. You know, we had this discussion earlier about what are people's priorities? Have we consulted? Does this reflect what people want? Or is this a set of special interests that are kind of pushing particular agendas? And when the law gets passed, it's probably too late to do anything about that, because then the law will be the law. Is that where we want to go? Do you think people understand all of these complexities and their implications? And as I say, I'm just asking the questions here. You know, I said in front that, you know, if we don't have a conversation, we mustn't pretend we must prolong it. But if I do see a hand, please, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think the crisis is more from government than the shortage of water itself. I want to give example of the rural area where I come from. There were taps, they're still there. But for more than, I think, 5 or 7 years, there's no water. Only people who are surviving are the ones with boreholes at the home. But there's water which is coming from the dam, which is supposed to reach people. People have diverted the water, like it's Nyoka for water. They're selling water. So a police will be passing, they know this is illegal connection. So meaning that the poor will never get access of that water because they have to pay. But the water which was supposed to go and supply people, and nobody's saying anything about it.
I mean, thank you for that, because I'm very tempted to ask you where, because a lot of those schemes were schemes that were built when I was still in government. And, you know, we hear these stories, and I went to Bushbuck Ridge a couple of months ago and just had a look around there. We built a big dam, the Nyaka Dam, and took a lot of pipelines down that get right the way down through Jane First to the hospital, which is quite, not Jane First, I forget, Tinswalo, the hospital, which is quite famous, but there's no water at the end of the pipe. And then you ask, where's the water gone? And at the dam they say, look here, we're sending the water out. But at the end they say, but it's not getting here. And the question then is, and it comes back to, is this about politics? Why don't the people who are at the end of the line come up and demand, where's our water? And what will they do if somebody says to them, well, we're taking the water, and if you haven't got enough, that's your problem, which actually is what's said. I know in Kwandebele, when people tried to shut the valves off on one side to give the other side a chance for water, they were met by people with AK-47s who said, the next time you come and try and switch off the water to help those other people, you won't go home. You know, so there are exercises of force and power and privilege and advantage and disadvantage. Is this a political question rather than a water question? Are our communities not organized enough, or what are the problems? And we're talking, I think, mainly about rural areas, except that I can show you parts of Johannesburg where the water is cut off regularly. And if you ask why, it's because there are a lot of backyard shacks, and the water is being provided for the proper house, but they're not counting the backyard shack as people who need water. You know, is that a water problem or is that a political problem?
Yes, I'm not going to answer that question. I think it's also a spatial planning problem and also an administration problem and a governance problem. But I want to say something about the example that you just alluded to. There was a similar case with respect to the Hoop Dam after its construction and completion in the Steelpoort River. Where I think it was in 2015, the pipeline from the Hoop Dam goes down to Steelpoort to supply water to the smelters, the chrome smelters, and also the chrome and platinum mines down there. And one evening, members of the community that reside along where the pipeline runs through, they went up to the dam operator, kidnapped him at gunpoint and forced him to open the sluice gates of the Steelpoort Dam. Now, since Prof. As Mike, you and I, we talking about rural area incidents that happen in the rural areas. I mentioned to my colleague Prof. Dirk Coetzee the other day, there is, at this moment in time, there is a very strong urban bias with respect to water availability and water supply and also the use of water. Whenever there are water cuts, it dominates the newspapers, the newspaper headlines, and also social media. And for me, that is a bit disconcerting because that diverts attention away from what's happening in the rural areas. In certain rural areas, it goes well. One of my MPhil students, he's from an area in Limpopo, a village there, and he said that he grew up in that village. He's now 27 or 28. He said he's never experienced any water supply restrictions in that village. Because it's managed by the village and the municipality supply them with water into the reservoir every Thursday, and they know how to use water sparingly. But this urban bias that's going around, like I said, it attracts our attention away from what's happening in the rural areas. And it would be interesting, and I think Prof. Jackie Golden, she will talk about that tomorrow, what is happening really in the rural areas. And what will happen in the rural areas in the next 10 years? Will they better off or will they worse off, taking into consideration the high rate of urbanization, which I also think is driving the focus on the urban areas and water supply in the urban areas?
No, I mean, I think that's an interesting question. And if we actually look carefully at those places where the water isn't coming, we quite often find, and since you mentioned the Hoop Dam, which I managed, it was one of the last things I had promoted in the department. The De Hoop Dam was very specifically built to supply the smelters, to get the platinum out, because platinum is paying for rather a lot of our taxes, by the way. It pays a lot of the country's budget. It was also meant to supply Polokwane, which it does because there's a pipeline that goes to Polokwane. But it was also meant to supply all the rural villages in that area. And what's more, it was supposed to be a pump storage scheme for Eskom, to be like the pump storage which we have at the Drakensberg. So it was a dam that was built for many purposes. Now, to supply the Sekekuni area of Limpopo, it was going to have to be pumped up the hill. And that was going to be done by Eskom and its pumped storage. Eskom was going to put a little bit of extra water in that pump, leave it at the top of the mountain instead of storing it and running it down so that it could be used by the community. But that scheme was cut. So that idea of using De Hoop for those topmost villages was cut. For the other villages, it's interesting. I talked to Amplat's executives about the problems they are having with security in their area. They have to have armed guards on just about everything. They have drones flying overhead. They've got all sorts of sensors if anyone tries to steal their infrastructure because they have so many problems. And they say one of their big problems is that the villagers complain that you mines get the water and we get none. But if you go back to the original project, the municipalities had the responsibility to take the water from the pipeline to the village. And the municipalities had the money, but the municipalities didn't do the job. So now the mines are getting punished, the water is not being properly used, and the villages are without. So is this a water technical problem, or is this a management and institution, and in this case, a local government problem? I think when we scratch, we find an awful lot of these are local government problems. Something online?
Yeah, we have a digital hand from Larry Swatuk, who is based in university in Canada, but actually has a history in the southern Africa, I know. So Larry, welcome to the discussion, and please, the floor is yours now for a question or comment.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. I want to get back to what Prof. Muller said at the very beginning, and he kind of posed a question about the key issues and challenges. And, you know, I'll talk a bit more tomorrow because I've deliberately chosen not to talk about Southern Africa tomorrow because I want people to be able to see that you're not alone. But it seems to me that we go round and round, and we always end up where we started. Apologies, I can't turn my camera on because it's an old laptop. I think, you know, basically people want water in the quantity and quality that suits their needs. And, you know, needs are varied. So, that's the problematic, right? And then you add in, these variations of, the water systems and topography and all that sort of stuff, right? For me, the two biggest challenges are in the coming years, not just in Southern Africa, and not just Africa, but around the world, is the unending influx to urban areas. Right? I mean, we're already, somewhere around, and coastal areas, about 65% of the world lives on a coast and in a city. So I think that's a primary challenge. And then I think the secondary challenge, of course, is the broader context that all the climate models suggest that there's going to be more dramatic ebbs and flows, and what do you do about that? So, for me, I would say that urban water security is a fundamental should be a fundamental focus in the near future, but also with the variability, the dual agricultural economy of the global South, where you've got rural households and less than 1 ton per hectare on the one side, and big commercial agriculture growing cash crops for export on the other, that's and of course this has to be somehow interpreted in a system, which we've been writing about for 30 years. So I don't really think that the challenges have changed that much, but I really do believe that it's urban water, rural households, commercial agriculture, and then ways forward. I think we need to focus on innovations that are inclusive. So we've begun to talk about decolonization and, the value of indigenous knowledge and things like that. But we also have to think about innovations that speak convincingly to those that are well watered. We hear over and over again, that it's like political will and so on. So, what kind of thinking, ideas can be brought to the front that build trust across different stakeholder groups. And I see Barbara van Koppen's on the line here, and I missed it was too early where I am today, but I'm sure she talked about multiple use systems this morning. And I feel like that's a kind of an innovative idea where, we're not taking necessarily water from the big ag, but, you could share it along the way. I think an idea like Gina Siervogel talked about water-sensitive design, making more of what you have, so not rejecting new infrastructure, but also thinking about water losses and all that sort of all that sort of stuff, sponge city thinking and so on. So for me, I really think that the challenge is to frame what we've always known as a necessity in a way that we can get buy-in from not only those most in need, but those least in need, but who have the most political power. And I think I've said this a million times, but anyway, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry. And thanks for raising, I'm hearing this question of urban growth quite a lot. I think we do need to talk about just the growth of population. And I keep, our census hasn't been very good, census 2022, but it does look as though our population in South Africa is pushing up towards doubling, and I can tell you it's growing faster than we thought in 2012 when the National Development Plan was written, which said that by 2030 there would be 60 million people in South Africa. Well, the bad news, or maybe it's the good news, the bad news, I think, is that we're already probably at 61 million in 2022 by their estimates. So we are already at 2030 levels. What we were planning for 2030 has already happened, which is a bit frightening. So populations grow and have to be catered for, and that means new supplies, not just fixing the existing. And we do have to think hard about that. But I've got a question right at the back, or a comment, please.
Prof, yeah, to monitor the SDGs. Yeah. So my issue was in regards, like as well, we are able to monitor the rising sea levels. So we wonder, people from Cape Town, we wanted to ask, in regards, we know the water plays a crucial role in the informal economy, for instance, in the car wash. So those people, if they are promised day zero, what happens to those kind of niche area businesses? You find they sustain the business with water and other stuff. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, that's a really important question. I don't know if Gina is still on the line. I'd be very curious to know what happened to the small industries in Cape Town during day zero, because reading what I've seen, in Cape Town the deal was that business would be responsible and they would reduce their water use as much as possible, but they weren't rationed. And I don't know, Gina, and you're online, that's fantastic. What happened with things like car washes, all those small businesses which people really depend on, but are really difficult to manage in terms of water restrictions?
Thanks. Yeah, so I think the complexity of informality and low-income households and their needs was not thought through enough. So I think it's a great question. And the reality is car washes were shut down and there were police going around telling them not to do car washing because it wasn't allowed with the restrictions. But there were also some other things that were considered. For example, when they looked at where taps would be shut off, they were not going to shut off any taps in the informal settlements, but this was not clearly communicated. So no surprises, people living in those areas assumed they would be shut off because they haven't exactly been prioritized in the past. Yet, from the city's perspective, they were like, well, people need this water to live, rightly so, we can't shut that off. And I think one of the biggest challenges was actually backyard shack dwellers, because, for example, if you had X amount of kiloliters per month and you have a family of 4, it's manageable. If you have a family of 8 in a house and then another 8 in backyard shacks, you can't actually manage on that amount of water. And so then your tariff go up because you're going beyond the kind of first ban. So those kind of things really only came to light as things progressed. And I think that's where, when I talk about understanding the complexity of the social dynamics, is so important and wasn't considered enough.
Thanks. I think that's very helpful. I mean, I've tried to write about Cape Town. I tease you a lot about the things you got wrong, but one of the things I always try and say is that what happened in Cape Town is that rich people were actually cut down to the level of water supply, which was the usual for poor people, but was not the usual for the rich people. But we hadn't had that question about how did people deal with livelihoods. And also that question about backyard shacks. I think we're going to invite you to Johannesburg, because the east of Joburg, where we've seen lots and lots of backyard development, is being severely restricted. And people keep saying, why are we being restricted? We pay our water bills. And Johannesburg says, but we're giving you the normal amount of water that we planned for 10 years ago. And then somebody says, but things have changed in 10 years, and actually the city hasn't caught up. But it's also, there's an awful lot of income being earned from those backyard dwellings, and they're sometimes perfectly reasonable dwellings. It's just extra rooms that are being built up. So that's one of our problems in Gauteng. I'm not sure if there are any more hands from this side. And as we said, Richard, we don't want to prolong this. There are a lot of challenges that we face in the water sector, but I think it's probably reasonable to say that many of those are social rather than technical challenges. Certainly when I look at planning water for Cape Town, it was a lot easier to plan how much water was needed and where it could be got from and when, than it was to be able to convince people to use different amounts of water because water was running short. And in Johannesburg at the moment, they are trying to reduce water use, and people just say, why should I reduce my water use? The municipality wastes a lot through leakage, so why should I switch off my taps? And managing the community becomes actually more challenging and difficult than managing the water in the pipes. But you're going to have another whole day for this tomorrow, right? So I don't know if there's anyone more on the chat. Any extra hands in the room? Because if not, I think it's been... Mariette?
With regards to the excellent presentation about the use of indigenous knowledge with water management, our National Water Act makes provision for that. Is it because it says in Chapter 2 to take into account all forms of knowledge, including indigenous knowledge? Is it that it is not been implemented? Is that then the challenge?
I mean, thank you for that. And, you know, I had something to do with writing the National Water Act, and we did put a lot of provisions in there which would enable those kind of things. But the reason I talk about population so much is that things that can work in small communities, so the knowledge of how you can treat your water locally, how you can protect a local spring, works very well for 100 people. It might even work very well for 500. But now when you grow to 5,000, it becomes more difficult. And you see, it was interesting because we were told that, you know, the rural areas are forgotten. But, you know, a rural area like Bushbuck Ridge, there's actually an argument going on in government which is saying there's 1 million people living in Bushbuck Ridge. Why do you keep calling this a rural area? This is just a different kind of city. And, you know, what we have to recognize is that indigenous knowledge was emerged from indigenous circumstances, from, you know, well-organized rural communities, spread out, not too many people, you know, enough resources for everybody. And I think it's in Northwest, what's the area outside Zeerust, Leerutsi, where there used to be wonderful irrigation. And this was even documented by the missionaries. But come 1948, when forced removals happened, communities of 5,000 were turned into communities of 50,000. And guess what? There wasn't enough water or land for irrigation. So you saw a traditional knowledge system, which was very well designed for a particular circumstance, completely swamped by the politics and the impact of that politics. Sorry, am I talking too fast? But I'm trying to wrap up, so that's why I'm declining. But thanks for that. I do think it's important to understand that indigenous knowledge arose out of indigenous circumstances. And as the numbers and the expectations change, it becomes quite difficult to see where that can still apply and how it can be applied. And I think it's one of the challenges we have. And remember, this is us, the 10% relatively rich and lucky people, who's speaking on behalf of the 70 or 80% of the much poorer people who might have different ideas and might just want to be able to turn on a tap and see some water. There'll be more tomorrow. Okay. Good, thanks. Is there any tea or coffee, or no? We just call it a day.
I'm afraid not. We're going to wind up the day and the streaming. So first of all, many thanks to all the presenters and chairs who participated today. Thanks for the technical team and the catering people who supported this day. And of course, our sponsor for today, the University of South Africa, who is also hosting this event. They made us feel really welcome. Tomorrow there will be another day, and there will also be a live stream for this keynotes, which I will provide. By the way, for those who missed it, my name is Jeroen Warner from the Netherlands, so I'll give a more international perspective of scales and layers, and also make space for those who don't believe that scales and layers are the right metaphors. You might also might think of cobwebs or of flat interrelated ontologies. We can all discuss that tomorrow. I hope that there will be some people online again, and I wish everybody who was here today can also be here tomorrow. I know not everybody can do it, but those who can are very welcome to continue the conversation tomorrow, and we talk more about national and international, or maybe we should not say international, but transboundary hydropolitics. It's been a great day, and we're looking forward to a great day too. For now, goodbye to everybody, and thanks for all your inputs and energies.
5 hours and 55 minutes of recording.
Okay.
I think I recorded lunch as well, so we can subtract 45 or 50 minutes there. So just
for the
5 hours.
for the teams.